Yo, what's up, guys? There we go. The window was a bit too small for me. Fixed. Can I not get that yet? I guess not. Rude. Why would you place this so early in the game? Guess I'll have to go back for it later. No. Okay. Shit. Damn, that's kind of hard with the controls I have available to me. I might have to do some shifting keybinds. Oops. I'll just have to do that. I'll get used to it eventually. Oh, wait. No, go back. Fuck. I didn't realize I could do it up. Then I could have gotten the thing. Well, fuck. Oh my god. Okay. I guess I still had momentum. Man, I probably do need to change some things. Because everything, right now I have everything on one hand, basically. So my other hand isn't doing shit. Probably should. Maybe I... Maybe I grab on something else. It's a weird button to do it on, though. Dude, why can't you use mouse buttons? Fuck, man. That'll help so much. Hello, Hansen. Good to see you. Look, Sherry, early you are. Yeah. I just started. I got a bit delayed. I had some things I needed to do, and yeah. So I'm a little bit delayed, but here nonetheless. Alright, fuck it. I guess I'll try. So if I do this... No, I don't like that. Damn it. If only I could use my controller, but Smite has overtaken it. Whoops. Oh, please attach a controller. But it is. Can you just... Actually, wait. Can you just turn off controllers in Smite? Is that a thing? No, doesn't seem like it. Why can't you just turn it off? That would make it so much easier. Because I don't know what it should be. Maybe I just make it like a weird button like L. So I can still use my hands. Both my hands. But that button also... What the fuck? Also just realized I can toggle the grab. That actually helps. It's because grab is everything. Can I not... It keeps all the buttons I've tried. Can I not just turn some of them off? All of those buttons grab. It's too many. Hello, Mr. Boos. Really enjoy watching you snipe. I'm quite new to the game. Would it be possible for you to explain a bit more about the item picks? Since this is the part that I struggle most with. Depends on what you mean by item picks. If you mean like builds and stuff, then yeah, sure. You can just ask whatever, and I'll try and answer it to the best of my ability. I'll just close this for now. There is also a god builder. So it's also possible in case that you want to just Google a build. You can't just put that build into your own characters through the god builder. So if you press on the god screen, there will be a god builder menu at the top right somewhere, and that could also work. Mostly play with the auto buy because I'm overwhelmed with the choices. Yeah, that makes sense. It is why they exist after all too. That's understandable.
Select your god.
What do I play this game? Start with something easy and go chalk. Yeah, I mean, MOBAs in general are something that I do recommend if you're very interested in builds and stuff. Like, Google is your best friend. Jog, bitch. I'm sorry, Sav. I gotta start with something easy while I wake up. Because even if, I'm down to just answer any question when it comes to builds in terms of what I do myself, but ultimately, builds change a lot, and also depends on what you're against. Like right now, if I'm against a healer in my lane, I'm gonna go for brawlers and contagion very early. But if I'm not against a healer, I'll probably just build something else. Maybe a Devos, maybe I start with some damage, maybe I just go straight into Mystical Mail. Like it depends on what I'm against heavily. So I heavily recommend googling things, and obviously the best way is to just play it yourself. Try out different things, what feels best. And there's also a high chance that when you're a new player, builds don't matter as much. So if you can just find something that you think you like and just stick to that for now until you get to know those items, I think that's a good way to start. Small steps, because you don't want to end up overwhelming yourself with too many builds. Ultimately, it's about having fun as well. And if you might be like me, then maybe sometimes you take too big steps and it gets a little overwhelming too fast. So I don't recommend doing that. Small steps are okay. Is there a map in this game? Oh, whatever. Whoops. Shit. Yeah, I mean the classic answer, it depends, is unfortunately also just the truth. It does suck though. What's the point of that path? There's nothing there. Okay, I see. Doesn't go that high, but there is a berry over there. Not bad. I'm not even showing it. Doesn't matter, guys. All I did was die. Don't you worry about it. They have so much CC, I kind of want to do beats over Blink in this game. If I could flop late game into like Agni stunts and Mulan shit, potential Wukong knockups, it's gonna be so boring. But I gotta get used to Blink. Can't tell what I'm against though. Tragic. Suppose I'll just do Devils. Like Mulan, Wukong, like I should win both matchups, so it should be okay. Or at least not lose. Though Mulan is pretty scary, I think, when she hits level 3. But surely we win if we get late game. We have Chug, Odin, Guan. How are they supposed to stop us late game?
Minions have spawned.
Looks like I'm starting lane.
What a shame.
Attack him, attack him. No, it's coming.
So that's it's not an Ind Wukong, okay. Damn, he's just not gonna do any damage this early then. With that build.
She's there. I'm going for it, yeah.
Actual level diff though.
problem. Unfortunate.
I got ult from mid.
Clean Ox.
She's next to me. I can kill them.
Just keep chasing him.
Nice job.
Successful deny.
Their heads up. She beats. She might ult.
He's pretty healthy.
Wash them away. Enemy missing right. Be careful. Hasta la vista, amigo. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, it's not on me. The fuck? Even if I was there, I don't think I can stop a Wukong bird. Like, it's not gonna matter.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, it's back for Devos here. Yeah, now he's
I got
typing.
ult from mid.
He could have told me to my face.
He's still here. He dashed. She's coming.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, he rushed Glad Shield. Of all the things I thought he was going with, that wasn't the one. Still, that does make him pretty tanky right now to me. While I stack my Devos.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bogus being here kinda sucks though. Just have to waste my ult like that. Suppose I should have expected it considering he was just in the right jungle. Bad idea. I thought I could reach. I'm so mad. I thought I was gonna reach, man. I went for it. In truth, the thoughts won.
I'll attack.
I do think this patch has been the framiest for me in terms of smite patches.
Hit like a baby. Your right
I don't really know why.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemies behind us. Help!
Go and rotate, man.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, fuck it. Let's go for this.
Farewell. The night awaits.
I mean, okay. I guess we have 0 chance of fighting back. Right there is what I was afraid of, and why I wanted to go beats. Great rotation. Alright, it's decided. I'm staying in my lane.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Where is it even going wrong? It's just Baka's rotating and we don't have Guan there, or what the fuck is the problem?
I mean, just don't end. How about that? What did you just ran into 4? Okay, sure. That wasn't anything.
Is under attack.
My label diff is a bit rough.
Let me just die, respawn, run into 4, and say I did them. Sure, man. Who cares if you mute me?
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies in the right leg.
Another Bacchus. Probably just gonna have to go Mystical Mail. I really want to start going Sanguine here, but like, I'm dealing with Wukong for the most part in Mulan, but whatever. Simon's too OP, I suppose. Should probably buy this instead, though.
My aim.
At least I did get a kill. That helps. Yeah, he missed an entire Odin cage. That was interesting. But I'll choose not to comment on it, because I'm not him. You know? I'll be the better person. But I gotta start focusing on farming instead. Enough fighting.
Unfortunate. Enemies in left lane. Unfortunate.
Let me just be 1-3 and push them and say unfortunate when I get ganked. Sure.
Your left tower is under attack.
We reached the point where you shouldn't be fighting me anymore, buddy.
Too dumb to slow fucking buff.
3 people in, right?
Thanks. Yes. Your right tower is under attack.
Farewell. The night awaits.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I don't know if Odin is also trolling now because he's tired of the HOU, but like,
Your right tower has been
I'm just getting fucked now. It doesn't even matter. I can win my lane now, but it won't matter because Bacchus and Mulan is just gonna be here now.
enemy missing right. Enemy has been slain.
This should be good, surely.
Like a jaguar.
Try to hit both.
Tower is under attack.
Where is Wukong? Is everything is blue?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe it did my backs. No? Okay, I don't fucking know where he went then.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Farewell. The night awaits.
Fortunate.
She dumped a still buff again.
Under attack.
No wonder you're 1 on 5, man.
Shall we begin the night's work?
He really wants to fight, but I'm kinda done with it. I don't want to fight anymore. It's a waste of time. Okay, so he did something.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go away. He's just an upskill to my wave farming. Granted, I know that if I... Oh, go away. Because they'll eventually rotate on me.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Your right tower is under attack.
Probably could have caught him, but I was a bit scared. My original idea was to just blink ult him. But if his team shows up, I'm just dead anyway, and I don't want to die anymore. Just doing shit like that. Alright, let's back. Finish some good stuff. Yeah, what normal chucks have. I'm actually liking it a little bit in this patch. It feels kind of nice with like having an actually good heal, because it's still really good. And I'm not as big of a fan of aspect chuck if you're building mostly full tank anyway. Like, I feel the only nice thing you now would get out of it is the anti-healing. But like the healing late game makes you nearly unkillable. I like that. I think it's probably time that I rotate a bit though.
Enemy missing right. Bye.
I don't know why I'm dying for Guan. I really don't. I should not be doing that. But they have, as I mentioned, they have so much fucking CC once you're locked down that you literally cannot play the game. So, fucking hell, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Actually, I should have gone Contagion. Fucking hell, I keep forgetting about this shit.
The night awaits.
What is this game? They aren't even doing fire though, I don't know why. Just go do fire in the game. What are we waiting for? Maybe they're doing that now.
Sporg? No thanks.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Try your luck with me.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemies in the right lane.
Enemy missing.
That's a terrible word.
was...
Both very low in mid. I don't know, I kind of thought we were gonna chase a bit more of that, but I guess it's fair that we're going for something else. Not bad. The big ring, but also unfortunate that HOU can't get to him.
Power the pot and onto the grill.
My score is so bad, man. I did so much that fight though. Yeah. There's a little difference here. Still playing pretty well though. Still gonna die because he's one man down.
Farewell. The night awaits.
Like, I'm predicting we win this game. Because me and Odin can probably carry this. To be real with you. Of course they run the other way. Maybe not. Hecate might be too far behind. Fuck, man. I also don't feel like my damage is high, but it obviously isn't because I'm building tank. And I don't feel very tanky right now, considering how far ahead they are. So it adds up. Could have been huge if he got that kill.
One burst at a time. Away one spell at a time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm not sure what to do this game, to be honest.
Enemies at the fire giant.
What a shame.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Gotta at least get Bluestone for this next fight.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
Against sieges, I definitely wish I had Aspect. That would have been nice.
Farewell.
Gwen, you gotta stop taking XP from Hecate. It just doesn't work. We're 27 minutes in and she's level 18. And you're level 16.
Thanks. What a shame.
Just take someone else's farm.
Suppose I should still do this.
Retreat middle lane.
What a shame.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, I'm just... Mulan is fucking me up, man. But yeah, we can't kill their tanks at all, because up front, I guess our damage dealers are just not doing anything. I'm not sure. But there's no way, man, that we aren't getting at least one of them there. Played pretty sloppy this game anyway, but I don't think it would have mattered, even if I played at my best. This one was just... yeah. I mean, what did she even build?
Defeat.
I mean, she doesn't really have any pins, so... Hakata definitely ain't gonna deal with the tank. There we go. Guess it didn't work the first time. Right, that's what I was doing. Can I dash mid-air? Fuck. Wait, which button did I say again? It was L, right? It's a grab. Whoops. This will be easier once I have the controls under control. But it's so hard on mouse and like keyboard specifically. There we go. I would really wish I could play this with controller. Wait, does that mean I can dash again? Yes, okay. I remember that. And I will be skipping all the cutscene stuff because I have played the game before, and I do remember it pretty clearly, to be honest. Right, that's the button. Whoops. There's too many paths. Where do I go? Do I go back? There was also a path there. Ooh. Secrets. Right, let me go focus on this once again. I don't know what to play. I kind of want to play something weird. So I do apologize, Sev. But I kind of want to try Loki. I could do Fenrir as well, actually. I think Fenrir is another one that is very good with the current builds that I just haven't played. But I also do think he's obviously way better in jungle, but he could still work into a lot of the solos. So also Bari. I'll do Bari actually, fuck it. I'll do a Bari game while she's open. Yeah, Finn is really good. I do want to try it. I'll probably do that sometime today. Like, the few times I have seen it, which is only the jungle, it's been fucking disgusting. I despise dealing with Fenrir right now. But I always kind of do, to be real. It's definitely one of the gods I want to meet the least in general, in the jungle. I just don't think there's been a meta where he's bad. Wait, how do I do that? Not like that. I am struggling with the controls on keyboard. Okay, there we go. Okay. Speaking of Fenrir. Huh. I think I'll do Aegis, to be honest. Wait, no, I will not.
Essence distilled.
Regrets. I do not want to do that into Fenrir.
I will ward. On my way.
Okay.
Yes. How exhilarating!
Let them be dazzled.
Yes.
Evil will never win.
Okay. I almost felt bad for you. Quite the show!
Minions have spawned.
Wait, what am I against? Probably Vulcan. Yeah, no, never mind. It is definitely Vulcan. Aspect Vulcan of all things too. Great. I can smell the boring matchup. At least I'm ranged though.
How exhilarating!
Playing a melee character into that is the most boring thing in existence. Damn, all that regen, man.
Retreat, retreat.
Man. Man. He just regens way too much.
Nice job.
Completed. Out of mana.
Falling back.
Be
Yes.
careful. Be right
Not a
back.
problem.
Falling back.
I'll attack right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not a problem.
Enemy missing middle.
I almost
Just completely out of range.
Not a problem.
Enemy has been slain.
Welcomes me.
perfection.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
I can handle it. The spirits guide me.
I thought he was gonna ult him earlier though, when Sav was ganking. I thought Sav was just gonna ult him as he walked past him. Because then he was forced to go back into me, towards the lane.
I'll defend.
Then we'd just catch him, but
Not a problem. I'll defend.
ultimately kinda worked out in the end.
Retreat.
Yes.
Goodbye. Be careful. It's ready.
Ultimate is ready. Cancel that. Ultimate is down. Enemy is
Enemy missing right.
It's interesting that he's ulting the waves. When he could just not.
almost so bad for you.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
Ultimate is ready. Not a problem.
I want to see how much damage I could do. Not enough.
I'm sorry.
Bad stuff. I can handle it.
Your left tower is
And
under
careful
attack.
middle. Down. I'll defend left lane. Be careful middle.
Yes. way.
Cancel that.
Evil will never win.
And I'm cooked.
Okay. I shine.
Damn it!
My way.
Didn't think Fenrir was nearby.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yes.
Enemy ultimate down.
I gotta just listen to myself. Like, I should not be fighting the Vulcan. It's an absolute waste of time. There's literally no reason. It won't matter anyway, because it's fucking tank Vulcan. He's gonna be semi-useless late game anyway.
Your right tower is under attack.
So even if I keep him down, like, he's still just gonna be the same thing. He's only really a threat in any way if he gets fed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Not a problem. Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
That truly tests our skill.
Enemy has been slain.
So ultimate is ready. The gold ultimate is ready.
Cancel that.
Out of mana.
Damn. I really wanted to try and sneak that.
Evil will never win.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack my way.
Ally has been slain.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy ultimate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, it gleams with promise. Ultimate is down.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack!
The pyromancer has arrived. Maya Riffy.
Enemy spotted.
Damn it! Again!
Never win.
A mere misstep.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Ancestors' names.
See, that all makes sense. Because now it's a threat to walk up.
Be careful, middle.
Thanks. missing right. Cancel that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Help, left lane.
On my way. Enemies behind us.
Ultimate is ready. On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Completed.
Missing middle. Your middle tower is under attack.
Guide me.
Enemy missing right.
Attack the gold Enemies fury. Have returned to base.
On my way. Attack left lane. Left lane. I'll attack right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
What if his blue is up?
Exhilarating.
Attack the gold fury. On my way.
Red as well. Soon.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. The rain shall
They're doing
wash
fine.
them away.
The
Fury.
spirits guide me. Enemies
Enemies
behind us.
incoming. I'll attack.
I got completely baited by that Athena ult because I didn't think that was going to be a good fight, to be real with you.
Enemy has been slain.
Buy some items though.
Vista, amigo.
Double Bloodforge? Yeah, I think I do Bloodforge.
You have my apologies.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shit.
Attack right lane.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is destroyed. An enemy has been
I didn't even
slain.
get the assist, dude. That's so tragic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Attack, attack, attack.
Attack the gold. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
On my way.
Enemies behind us. Your middle tower is under attack.
Good to know. I wasn't sure if my 3 was displacement immune, so I decided to just try that out while I was at it. Or in hopes of juking
Your
it too.
team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Exhilarating.
Rain shall wash them away.
Lucky.
Even shattered, I shine.
Okay. Dude! Why are you all going to me when you're gold? Why are you going to me?
Enemy has been slain.
Fine. I don't believe it! Why are you all going to me? I was like, surely no one else is coming. We're on gold. Surely they're not going to go to me, but whatever. I think it was called. I think someone called that they were coming, but I was hoping it was just a call for Fenrir and not for Hekate as well. But oh well.
Be careful.
That is, in fact, my beats as well. Ooh.
Ultimate is down. Retreat.
Ancestor's name. Yes.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Did we not want to fight? Am I stupid? I thought that was gonna be a free. They literally all went in on me. But I feel like I've had this thought a lot lately. Maybe I'm a bit too aggressive.
Look at you, cower. Pathetic. Never
A radiant display.
I don't know, maybe someone else fucked up somewhere else, but I felt like that should have been free. Free AF. That's why I didn't beats too. Assuming my beats was up.
I almost felt
think it was
bad
up.
for you.
Group up, attack fire giant. Group up.
Quite the show. On my way. I'll attack.
Wait, 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 wait.
Okay.
Enemy
Take
missing
this
right.
jungle buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
I missed! The cat is low.
Rain shall wash them away.
At least that worked out as bait. Oh, great lag spike.
Enemy has been slain.
I didn't even think that was aggressive from me, to be honest. I thought they were all gonna be in left, because they had like 2 people being aggressed upon in Fenrir and on her,
Ultimate is down.
all the way to the left. I can't believe they were literally right on like red buff on both Sobek and Hecate.
On my way.
That's what I get for trying to initiate on Vulcan again. Wow, that's aggressive.
Attack fire giant. Attack. On my way.
Wait. Your team has destroyed the
Attack
pyramids.
fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Time to take it. Retreat. Enemy spotted. Retreat.
Be careful.
Stand with me.
I'll attack the gold fury.
Retreat.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yes.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack right lane.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Be careful, middle.
Destroyed a
Like
right
all
enemy tower.
flawed things. Retreat.
I can handle it. Enemy ultimate guide.
Retreat.
Enemy has been slain.
Well, sucks that it was leeched to me. I think I would have been okay, honestly, if the Phoenix didn't decide to target me instead.
I won't let you down.
I keep biting the bullet for someone else, I feel like, right now. Should be going much better than they are. But also didn't even get the Phoenix. Oh well. Maybe I just gotta stay more in the back.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
I am trying a little bit too hard on making up for the fact that we don't have two frontliners, but I mean, they don't technically either. While Vulcan is tanky, he's not really in the front, so maybe I shouldn't force myself to do the same. It's a normal frontline.
Follow me. Follow me. Enemy missing. Follow me.
Okay, be careful.
Try to get the Olden range. Damn it! It's fine. I mean, the thing is, I feel like I keep getting focused, but like, Savage is taking advantage of that.
Silence these trespassers.
I definitely feel like I'm dying too much when I shouldn't.
How exhilarating.
What is he doing in mid? Dude. It's just all up there alone.
Be careful.
That was magnificent.
Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Be right back.
Quite the show.
Your team has destroyed the Gold
How
Fury.
exhilarating. Attack fire
Attack
giant.
fire giant. Yes. think. No need to thank. Until your next reflection. Victory.
Not really sure why this game was so much harder than it needed to be. Though I do admit, some of those fights where I just kind of went in as a front line probably shouldn't have happened. But I thought every time that it was going to go better than it did, but I don't know, I'm not sure. Maybe it felt like maybe another backline wasn't doing as much. Follow up on it? I'm not sure. Fuck. Wait. I don't have 2 dashes. I can't do that. Can I? Fuck, man. This isn't as fun on mouse and keyboard, I will admit. Because I'm struggling more with the controls than the difficulty of the game. This isn't hard, but I'm pressing the wrong button every time. Oh my god, stop. Wait, let me see if I can get my control to work on this. Because it only works in Smite. Maybe I can... kind of like force it to connect or some shit. No, it just doesn't connect at all. Shit. No, I don't think I can, unfortunately. I think Smite just overtakes it for some reason. I just wish I could turn it off in Smite. Yeah, no. I know what to do, I'm just pressing the wrong button every time. Oh my god. Okay. I just gotta get used to the commands, I guess. The correct buttons. Oh my god. I also think I cooked myself, because for some reason, I can't change it back. Because now I have 2 grab buttons, and one of them is also the dash button. Actually, no, it's not. Wait, where is it then? Oh, no, it is. Yeah, because it's both grab and dash being the same button fucks me over sometimes, because then it lets go instead. Sure. I'll play ADC if I have to. Choose between those two, that doesn't matter. Yeah, fuck it. I'll try and find a different game. I can't play this game having played it with a controller. It's just way more smooth. Fuck it. It'll have to be a different game. I just wish I could use controller, but... I suppose I'll open up haste for now then. And look for something for next time. Or doing... I guess I could look for something now too. Bari is open again, but I don't want to play Bari again. He worshippers for bots. I'm sorry, man. Still an Artemis game. Too afraid. Oh shit. Aphrodite? Well, fuck me. I might be cooked now. Do I just go ability-based Artemis? Is she good, Saf? Do you know? Might also forgot about Aphra. I don't worry, man. I'm sure it'll be fine. I say that with full fear in my brain. She's fine as an ability hunter? Okay, I'll try it. I haven't done that in Smite 2 yet. Since the very beginning. Probably better, yeah. I don't like auto or Artemis in Smite 2 so far. Not that I liked it very much in Smite 1, but... What do I build then? I guess I still have to go Devos just because they're too powerful. Do I double stack? Do I go Trance as well? Suppose I'll see what my options are. Double stacking could work, I suppose. I mean, I also kind of need the mana regen from it, to be fair. Let's go very hard. This is definitely a good idea. HOU is a bit tough though. This is a shit matchup. At least he can't just jump in for the most part, but his ultimate and his one is gonna be an issue if I can't dodge that shit.
Good luck.
Nice. Gang. Good game.
Good luck.
Ganesh is rough though. Ganesh HOU is rough for me, dude. But I'm prepared.
No problem.
No problem. I'm on it. Thanks. Have fun.
On my way!
On my way.
Sav, can you still hear me? Do you have my stream volume on?
On my way! No trouble at
I
all!
assume it's muted.
Minions have spawned.
I wonder if he has like voice stills put on. Haven't heard him in a while, so I assume he doesn't.
Take this jungle buff. On my way.
Tragic.
Tad unlucky, that.
Okay. Okay. Curses. Sorry. Nice job. Your right tower is under attack.
It's unfortunate. That should have been free, I think, this lane, but him being a little over aggressive kind of just meant we had to give that up.
Get out of here. Retreat!
Just get level 2, man. We'll be fine. I don't know why he wants to contest that at level 1. That's a terrible idea. My guy, you don't have anything to play with. You have literally the burp that can be interrupted by Ganesh.
Is under attack.
If he has jump, maybe that's an argument for it.
The rain shall wash them away. Completed.
Don't fucking just randomly jump over the wall. What the f... Okay. Oh, weird.
Get out of this.
What the fuck just happened on Baka's screen, man?
No problem. That's too bad. That's too bad. Ultimate is ready. Retreat. Ally has been slain. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack right lane. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing!
Enemy spotted!
Completed. I'll attack. No wickedness shall prevail. Ultimate is ready. Your middle tower is under attack. That's too bad, thanks. Be careful. Enemy missing. Yes. Enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Your middle tower is under attack. That's too bad. No problem.
Be right back.
Let's get this shit up. For now, I think I just farm, because I can definitely take the HOU in the 1v1s, as long as I don't just don't fall behind here. That is all I gotta take care of. Right now it's tough with Ganesh, it's tough because Baka's also died twice. And as a result, HOU does have 2 kills. But I think it'll be alright. Now I just gotta stack.
Be right back.
Both ults.
Save yourself! The rain shall wash them away! No problem. Nice job!
Get out of this.
I'll attack right lane. On my way. Incoming power! Be careful! Like a jaguar. Enemy spotted.
Be careful, right. I'll attack middle lane.
Completed.
Kinda wanna... No, I shouldn't double stack, to be honest. I just don't know what to do next. I think maybe I do Lunibow. Because that's probably still nice for when I get my CC off. But then maybe that's the only attack speed that I get.
Has been slain.
Not to mention, 40 power isn't bad here. But I think after that, I'd go for something like Crusher into... maybe Teko? I'm not sure what I'd do with my cooldown item. I like Teko Kaki more for the speed you get out of it, but I think Jotun's is just better in terms of just getting some straight cooldown. There's still Crusher, but I kind of would like more than just that.
Cancel back. No, enemies have returned.
Tad unlucky, that. Enemy spotted.
Still has a pretty huge XP lead on me, to be fair.
I'll attack right lane.
Enemy spotted.
My horrific. Enemies in middle lane.
Damn, he's all fucking chunks me at this point. My god.
Completed. Ward here.
Be careful middle. Okay. Oh, he's in the... Okay. That's too bad. Yes. Yes.
Tad unlucky, that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I will
Ultimate is
ward.
ready. Enemy down. Attack. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy ultimate down.
Middle lane.
Double kill. Curses. The enemy team has destroyed the goal. Your right tower is under attack. Slain is back. Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
That is some wild Thor damage, man. Damn, that sucks. I could have played that a bit better. I was trying to ult before I got silenced, but I didn't make it in time. So I just had to waste my beats and ages, and it still barely even made a difference.
Attack left lane.
Attack right tower.
Okay.
Completed.
Maybe Lunibow was a mistake. Probably should have gone straight into Crusher. But whatever. It'll feel nice if I get a combo where they can't beat it. But I should probably wait it with it. It wasn't really a priority.
I'll gank middle lane.
Return middle.
Enemies in right lane.
Be careful left. Okay. Enemies in right lane. Middle lane. Range to wash them away.
Be careful middle. I'll attack right lane.
Enemy has been slain. Middle lane. Okay. Curse it. Middle lane.
Tad unlucky that.
Your middle tower is under attack. Defend middle lane.
Oh, fuck it.
Your middle tower is
I wanted to push, but I'm just getting greedy again. I gotta control myself a bit. I just don't understand what my enemies are doing here. Like, HOU is never alone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Could it be? Is he afraid? I just don't know what the fuck they're doing, to be honest.
Get out of this.
Left lane.
Enemies in right lane.
Like, what is this? He's literally never alone. Go somewhere else.
Be careful in the jungle.
Ultimate is ready.
The game. I've ganked left lane. On my way.
You can leave if you want, Bacchus. I don't know why he's getting so babysit. You can just help somewhere else, I'll be alright.
Middle lane. Range shall wash them away. Curse enemies in middle lane. Middle lane.
Tad unlucky that.
Your right tower
Well,
is under attack.
did not expect the Aladdin there. Fuck.
Jaguar. Enemies at the Gold Fury. On my way. Attack. Okay. Your right tower is under attack.
They were pretty low, I don't think they can do it.
I don't know here.
Awesome.
Attack middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
At least I finally got a kill, you know?
Always be prepared.
Took a while. I just had to get 3-man doved.
Awesome. No problem.
Tad unlucky that.
Get out.
Strengthens our fabuloso.
Surely HOU beats the whole scenario. Maybe I can actually get a quick kill. Man! Just needed my trap up. And I get him. Oh well. Greed overtook me.
That's too bad.
I think I want to do Jotun's. Give me my cooldown back when I get a kill. Or an assist.
Your right tower is under attack.
Group up! Attack the fire
I
giant!
mean, trap was pretty good damage. 324 with some bluestone on top of that. Not bad.
Your right tower is under attack. The pyro. Be careful. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed the pyramids. Hey, curses!
Damn it!
Left tower.
He did hit beats. Maybe they just came up. But dude, his ult fucks me up. I don't understand. I also got blocked in by it. That's just the craziest part about his new ult, man. It absolutely fucks me up.
Enemy has been slain.
My honor stings!
On my way.
If only I had a jump of my own to get out of it. I mean, Afro had to just be trolling, right?
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get up this.
Attack the fire giant!
On my way.
I will ward!
Enemy missing right.
Tad unlucky, that. Enemies incoming right! Coming right! Cancel that!
Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
Attack right
Attack
lane.
right tower. Yes. Ward here. Rain shall wash them away.
Curses.
Be careful in the jungle. Your team has destroyed a right enemy phoenix. Oh, fine.
Tad unlucky, that.
Bye.
Has arrived. Be right back. Enemy has been slain.
Get out of this.
No, man.
Marvelous!
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What can I do to survive these situations? Like, I wanted Bloodforge, but I feel like my build doesn't fit that anymore. I'm too fucking cooked. I built some terrible shit for this. Because now I kind of have to go hard seeker into Titans, otherwise I just don't have what I need. Maybe I'll end up selling the Learning Bow. Then I'll maybe get Bloodforge. I hope they wait 10 seconds. Clean.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Get out of this.
Your left tower is under attack. Rain shall wash them away.
To the world.
Yes.
Fucking hell, man. Again, I can't even get the Afro
Your
trolling.
team has destroyed the pirate.
Why did you set from me away? Just to let someone else do the thing. And get the easy gold.
Enemy has been slain. Middle enemy tower. On my way. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed middle enemy Phoenix. Attack left lane. Rain shall wash them away.
I mean, somehow top damage, but I mean, all I really did was try to defend myself that whole game. Because there was always just fucking 2 or 3 people in my lane. 20 and 1, 20-0. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I suppose you did get a lot of kills on the Afro. Still. That was kind of some intentional feeding in that one. Alright, no worries, Seth. GG's. Artemis sucks. You just die. You run around and you die. But you're still doing damage while doing it. But you still die. And it's kind of boring. I do like Artemis though, but that game was just a bit weird. Like, if you ever leave me alone with the HOU a bit earlier than when I got soloed, I should have had a better I was in a better position. But at that point, he was still ahead of me. But I suppose my Bacchus did make it pretty rough in the early game. He did give up some two pretty easy kills for the HOU there. Oh my god, I'm so slow in haste now, after restarting. I really need a new Q game. Either that or I gotta watch some videos. This ain't it. As much as I enjoy haste, I've just done it too much. I will try and see if I can get solo now at least, and see if I can... Actually, what... Is this something I want to try? There are a few things that do come to mind, but I probably should try an actual frontline now. I kind of want to play a frontline. I played Bari now and then Artemis. I gotta try something a bit more normal in my next game. I kind of want to try the Merc as well eventually. Merc was pretty fun, but I didn't think it was that good.
your god.
Maybe Wukong? See, Wukong, Herc. Maybe Mordred? I'll do a Mordred game. I've actually kind of been slacking on my Mordred now that he's good. I still don't think he's amazing compared to the other front lines. I still think like Herc, Cabrakan type gods are just still way better than he is. Wait, did we dodge? Okay. Fucking hell. I gotta also see if I can get into the Nika queue at some point. I see he's very early in his game, but that queue is much better than the one I'm in currently, so I gotta get into that. If I even have enough elo. I assume that I do. Yeah, I'm already not really feeling haste. Alright, I will look on Steam for a new queue game. That's gotta be something. Ooh, we got Den. Maybe I'm valuing Bari a little too high right now. I definitely think there's... I don't know, I think my mindset on this is generally that while every frontline feels a lot more OP, like, I could ban Herc and shit like that.
Select your god.
But, like... I feel like I don't want to do that. Because it's much easier for the average Smite, I guess ranked casual player knows how to play Bari, but not necessarily how to position yourself and how to play as a normal frontline. But maybe that's just my perspective. I think some of them definitely do. Well, obviously, people do, but I don't know. I just feel like I have more issues with Bari in general. It doesn't require you much from you to just completely demolish on Bari. What is their team comp? Like, am I against fucking Acne? Acne or Neath? Maybe even Saul, I guess. Suppose I'll find out. Like, none of the matchups should be tough. And we should definitely have an advantage later on, since we're gonna have an extra frontline. But again, it's ranked, so that doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Glorious!
I never tried Death Charl on them. Doesn't really feel that worth it either, though. I saw Nico and Bluestone. I don't think I've tried that, so I suppose I'll try that this game. Might as well. It definitely helps. It's gonna help on the clear. It does make me a lot less tanky, though. And I do like to be tanky. I think I'll keep doing this. It also makes me feel like I have a bit more of a fighting chance early on. Mainly into a front line, I suppose. In this game, I'm not obviously against the front line.
Hello, fellow protector.
Hi, I guess.
Enemies spotted. Minions have spawned. Completed. Forgive my mistake.
Okay, so.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Oh, dude. It's mostly early in the game, in the matches. There is something that the game definitely does not render very, very well.
There's no running from me.
Damn it.
Your left tower.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I really gotta just go pick up my blue.
Okay. There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Been here long enough.
Enemy missing.
Mana, please!
The rain shall wash them away.
Break it down.
Let's grab this fucking mana buff real fast. Actually killed it twice, 2 or 3 times there, in terms of opportunities if I just had the mana for it.
Follow me.
Truly unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Pain's just I'll be back. Static.
I'll take it. Probably not even worth it, to be real with you, because I lost my wave. He
Nowhere
won't.
to hide.
If he hits 5, I'll know that it wasn't worth it.
Enemies have returned to base. Yes!
No, it's fine.
There's no running from me.
Missing.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales.
Enemy ultimate down. Attack.
Your end comes swiftly. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Spirits, why?
I mean, what the fuck was that on Poseidon's end? He literally just cracked without knowing where he was. That was really, really not good.
Your right tower is under attack. I will defend.
Ha! One strike is all I need.
Weird. He got 2 kills? Aw, man.
Balance is overrated.
I guess one of them was
Let
on me when I
tip
dove
the
him.
scales.
Stop right there. Break it down.
There's no running from me.
We need wards.
Ultimate is ready. Set up an ambush here.
Judgment is my domain. My style.
I see why you would go Bluestone, though. Because holy fuck my mana.
One strike is nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I don't know why my dash decided to go, but...
The guilty always fall. Balance. Let me tip the scales. Enemies in
Yeah, no, mana is a huge problem. I can't play around with it at all. I'm literally just having here my dash up and I can't do anything about it. I gotta start going Bluestone, I guess. She really is mana hungry. And I knew that too. I guess I prefer just having warriors for later, but right now with how much I'm spamming my abilities, it's a fucking
There's no
problem.
running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's a
Your
fucking
right tower
problem.
is under attack.
I gotta get regrowth straight away.
Enemy missing right.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Oh, you move like a giant. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Let's settle this with style. Nice. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I'll gank middle lane.
Ah, shit. Probably gonna be behind XP now.
There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Spotted. Be careful left.
At least these are up. That's nice.
One strike is all I need.
Glorious.
Made beats.
Balance now. Nowhere to run. Let me know the scales. One strike is all I need.
Right tower is under attack.
There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. It's lights out with you. Retreat!
Wonderful.
Out of mana. Balance is overrated. Let me hit the scales.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
I guess I can't really go regrowth first.
Your right tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Pain's just part of the aesthetic.
Successful bait.
On my way. Unfortunate indeed.
Ah, fuck it. I just secure some actual farm.
There's no running from me. Ha! Let's settle this with style. My style.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Let me tip the scales. Ha!
The fuck is he building?
One strike is all I need. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. To withstand armies,
Enemy tower.
not me.
I was super weird and very coordinated for some reason. What the fuck?
Your
Why is my whole team here? That feels like something that would happen to me. The unpredictable bullshit.
completed.
Unfortunate indeed. Enemy spotted.
Right back. Be careful. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Ha! Judgment is my domain. Enemy missing right.
Well, friend.
That did happen to me a few streams ago, yeah, you're right. And you can't really predict it, because it doesn't make any sense. There's no logic to it.
Your middle tower.
Nowhere to
You
run.
have to rely fully on calls, or something like that.
Spirits. One.
This rotation is not going to be worth it.
Balance
Your
is
right tower is under
Let me
attack.
settle the scales. There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I didn't really want to chase, to be honest, because Susano was around in my head,
Mission
since they had just been on
left.
the fucking, what are they called? The fire imps or whatever. It just seemed like a bad chase on a Sol that we would probably kill, but would both die for. Never mind, I suppose. We were lucky.
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemy missing, enemy missing.
Judgment is my domain. The guilty always fall. There's no running from me. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I'll be back to keep.
Fucking lethal, man. I'm gonna have you guys to tell me something real fast, because maybe you saw it. Bro, just run straight. God damn it. Does... Did Susano's ult just cancel my 3 despite me beating it?
Unfortunate indeed.
Because that would suck. I did use my 3, but honestly it felt like it didn't do anything.
Okay.
There's no running from me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Retreat. The enemy team has
One
destroyed
strike
the
is all
Gold
I need.
Fury.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me. It's lights out for you. Judgment is my domain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under
Nowhere
attack.
to run, nowhere to hide. Let's settle this with style. My style.
Almost fucked it up by dashing.
There's no running from me.
An enemy has been slain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Attack! There's no running from me. One strike is all I need. Ha! Judgment is my domain. Ha! Let's settle this. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide.
I'm glad I got the shutdown.
One strike is all I need. Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. Let me tip the scales. One strike is all I need. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me.
Be careful.
One strike is all I need. Let me tip the scales.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Ha!
My way. Attack left lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I'll just beg, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack. Fabuloso!
Energy for the
Enemy
next
missing
run.
right.
Jaguar! Ooh.
There's no running from me. Balance. Let me tip the scales. Judgment is my domain.
Rain wash them away!
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me.
Move like a jaguar! Ooh.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to hide. Ha!
Sol and her intense amount of immunities with an Aegis. But that also does mean that if she gets CC'd, she might get cooked.
There's no running from me.
Missing. Enemy spotted.
Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Nowhere
There's no way!
Has arrived. Enemy has
Dude, that fucking Neathol for peeling!
All is well, friend.
Neathol down.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
retreat.
Retreat!
Let's sharpen this edge. Just a little. There's no running from me.
Be careful! Behind us!
On my way.
Here!
Nowhere to run.
Set up
Nowhere
an
to
ambush
hide.
here.
Attack the gold fury. One strike is all I need.
Is under attack, and the rain will go wash them away.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me.
Completed.
Attack the gold fury.
No.
Damn, I used everything.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Incredible. A glistening gem.
I'll defend the fire giant. Attack the gold fury. There's no running from me.
Fire! Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Enemies at the nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Let me take the scale.
Susano's low.
Your end comes swiftly.
That's unfortunate. I did have to kind of waste my ult on Ganesh before. I mean, what are those Krakens, man? What are those Krakens doing?
Save yourself.
This should be the easiest kill, right? No. I mean, it is, but if you look at, he could have gotten that. If he plays the Kraken or Whirlpool
Enemy has
better, he doesn't even get out of the tower.
thunderstruck.
There's no running from me. The guilty always fall. Judgment is my domain.
Rain should wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Allies slain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemies incoming right.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Balance is overlooked. Let me tip the scales. Let's settle this with style. My nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There's no running from me.
I think no matter what now, I gotta stop ulting. Unless I really needed the HP. Because I need that shit.
Forgive my misstep.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't have anything to fight with, then I gotta body block, you know? Gotta use my body.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Use every tool I have at my disposal.
Judgment is my domain.
No, you wanna Q Sarky?
There's no running
Or are
from me.
you chilling today? It's back for some shit.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Like, Sol is basically full tank. She's not a threat.
Is under attack.
Sol is basically full tank, guys. We shouldn't be focusing her if we can avoid it.
There's no running from me.
Enemy has been slain.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There's no running from me. It's like balance. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
I'm not even sure what actually did so much damage to me before the fight even, or before I even ulted.
Enemy spotted.
Be careful.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Let's settle this with style.
Enemy
My
has been
style.
slain. Return to base. Attack fire.
Yes. More power. There's no running from me.
One win on Masters 1, I'm so down. Sure, let's go for it. I'll do a few more games. I'm not gonna do as long streams as I've done in the past. I gotta chill a little bit. So I'll do at least like, I'll at least do one more game after this. I have been going for almost 3 hours already.
Take this jungle buff. Attack the fire
Your
giant.
middle
Set up
tower
an
is
ambush
under
here.
attack. Yes.
There's no running from me. Strike is all I need.
Wash them away.
Tip the scales. Let's settle this with style. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Attack fire.
Enemies incoming. There's no running from me.
I was ready just old Agni, put him to 50%.
Victory.
Yeah, Nemesis is completely broken with this build. The thing is, Nemesis aspect in any sort of way as a tank is just naturally going to be broken because you have to kill her twice, as long as you make sure the ult is available. Like, it's so unfair. Right, I'll continue my search for a Q game. I'm looking at things. Oh, your build just joined. I guess I can't show it in the match history, can I? I went Warriors, or I guess Axe, into Devils, into Sanguine, into Regrowth, into fuck, what's that item called again? Pridwen, and I don't think I had more than that by then. But I was thinking going. Oh no, I did. I had Contagion then, and then last item I think I would have gone Nemean. Something like that is what I would have built. Sometimes I think Warriors, not Warriors, fuck. Mystical Mail. Sometimes Mystical Mail is nice, but I think Nem works better without it. Because you're not really going to be close that much. She feels a lot more like in and out rather than I want to stick around you at all times type of thing, like you would if you're playing Mordred or Cabrakan or something like that. What about Blood Force instead of Nemean? I don't think it would be worth it, because it scales off of your strength, right? I would have so low strength. I don't like... I would barely get any shield out of it. It would be such a small shield. It wouldn't really be worth it. Not to mention, the damage is there. So, I don't think I need to go for any more damage items. Not to mention, I think Nemean would generally just do more damage than anything else I could buy, to be honest. And it just makes Nemesis even more of a threat. Or Genji's. Genji's is fine too, but it doesn't give me any more damage. Actually, could I even go Nemean? Wouldn't I have too many active items? I think if I had to go for an active item that would give me more damage and be a hybrid item, it would be Shield Splitter. I still think Shield Splitter is pretty good. It's not amazing, but I think it is buildable. Like 40 power on an item that gives you 20 each on the protection parts of it, and then also an extra active ability to throw out. And Nemesis doesn't have she's got some pretty hefty cooldowns. They're pretty strong. So I think having an extra thing to throw out is good. Berserkers is also good, yeah. I think that would be fine. I wouldn't mind that. I think I just prefer Nemean because of the extra HP it also gives. 350 HP is a lot. And as a last item, where backliners are now starting to do a lot of damage to you, having Nemean as an option is huge. I just think Nemean is the best option to go with last. With that build. Because you really don't need more damage. You have enough. So you might as well throw it back at them. Or throw their damage back at them. Is Hammer any good? Gives health and strength. I think it's okay. The problem is just okay isn't good enough right now. It used to be really good on someone like a Wheelix, because the 2 counts as a CC, or a hard CC. Not to mention you had a 3 as well. But it's just there's so many better options. Especially right now. Oh, our queue's synced up. Cool. Let me see if I can get you jungle. If he wants mid, I can give you jungle. Then I'll just go support. Thinking. Thinking on it. Well. I feel like Bluestone might be better starter. I agree. I think Bluestone is potentially also better. I think this is how I look at it. If you want to have a bigger chance of winning lane and just a more smooth laning phase, you should go Bluestone. But I think if you get into late game, and like if you just really want to focus on being tanky, Axe is just better. And it's really nice for poke. Bro, go away, chat. There we go. Jesus Christ. Oof, they picked the Merc. What the hell do I play in the support though? Maybe it's time to try the Bacchus that everyone is so happy about. Probably not though. I think I'll probably stick to something that I'm more used to. And I mean, if they pick Khepri, I have to pick Sobek. Yeah, it's a Sobek game. Execute is huge.
Select your god.
Acne ADC. Okay. I think it's cool that Poseidon has kind of come back. He was just never played. But now people are kind of realizing that he's actually pretty good. Granted, all mages are kind of weak at the moment. But Poseidon is cool. I mean, I don't like dealing with him that much as a frontline, to be honest with you. He's just annoying. This one is... He's an orange! He's so orange.
What's up, bro?
Not a huge fan of that one. I gotta use this one. Make sure everyone on the map can see me. Kinda feel like mage is actually good right now. They're definitely the weakest role right now. The problem with mages is that tanks are OP, and when tanks are OP, they just get run down even more than ADCs, because at least ADCs have way more... I think it's just their kits. Like, ADCs tend to have a lot more self-peeling. If you're playing, like, Apollo, on her, shit like that, they have so much self-peeling. Yeah, Herix is good. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine. I have to go beat item this game, don't I, because of Fenrir. Not to mention Merc. What do supports build now? I think I asked last time as well, and I went Selflessness, but isn't the War Flag better on Sobek? I think I just do Stampede first, surely. Oh, we paused, I see. It's not that mages are bad, like per se, it's just because of frontlines being so oppressive at the moment. That they're just the weakest role, because they just run down so easily. Like, generally you'll be okay. Like, excuse me, in a match like this, like our comp is very traditional, but technically I would argue that right now the best comps are the ones where you're running 3 warriors. You're building the same bullshit with Sanguine, Mystical Mail, and all that shit, and you just run down the back line and they literally can't stop you from doing it. In rare cases you can, but that's just the way to go right now. Like if a mage is having an Odin, a Chuck, you know, even just those two by themselves, and add any other warrior to the list, and you're fucking cooked. It's really tough.
Jesus rained on your parade.
Well, that was a 1v1.
Good game.
And he won't even lose anything for it. That's crazy.
Minions have spawned.
Do I invade? And he's level 2 because he got the first blood. I mean, that first blood actually ended up being the difference maker here. Damn, dude. Acne beats.
Cancel that.
Fine. Fortunately, my physical protection here won't do shit, actually. I should have gone Sanguine first. Ugh. Stampede is just so useful. No, Apollo!
Ally has been slain.
Please.
Man.
Be careful left. Enemies to the left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Tragic. Don't go in the fire! Dude, Apollo is stressing me out so much.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Actually, fuck. 150 gold. Man. I just want to go home.
Enemy missing.
I feel like this wouldn't be so hard if Apollo just stopped dying.
Your left tower is under attack.
But what can you do?
Your left tower is under attack. Allies slain.
Sizzling showdown! Yes, completed.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Good, man.
Come and get Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. If only I had the cooldowns. Or Sunder.
Sizzling showdown!
Hey, better luck next time. Hey-yo. Yup. Your
I mean, this is criminal, dude. How are we not getting any of these kills? I can't believe Sarkit didn't just look behind him and auto the Kepri once. He was literally standing behind him. No, man. I need this item so it can finish off targets that are 1 HP, because this is actually criminal. The shit I'm seeing is wild.
Enemy spotted! Be careful left! Enemies incoming left! Enemies incoming left!
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. Okay.
Enemy spotted.
Gank right lane. Yo, I'm on my way. Spotted! Hey, help right lane.
What is killing me, dude? I don't understand what's even happening. That's big. Dude, I'm not even sure what did so much damage to me there. Legitimately. Oh, he's just acne hurting like a motherfucker? Oh, he's just critting. No, he's not. He doesn't have crit. Let's look up Merc. Strange. I honestly don't know what happened. I guess it's just that he's so high level that he just hurts like a motherfucker. I mean, I have Sunder. I'm the only character in the game with Sunder, so...
Right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. You are surprisingly capable.
Completed. Be careful. Be right back. Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, what the fuck? Dude, is Merc broken? He might be. That's insane. Kipper's fucking CC didn't help. I mean, I guess I'm not really that tanky, it just feels like I am.
Oh, easy roll. Okay. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
So stupid, man. I mean, good he didn't run away with me, I suppose. I guess I could have just ulted as a response, but... Can I stun her while I'm in my ult? Because I didn't want to take the chance. I wasn't sure if it went off back when I tried 1 gold.
Enemy spotted!
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Yo, I'm on my way. Ultimate down. Ultimate ready. Your middle tower is under attack. Completed. Ally has been slain.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who the Apollo is, but I'm not very impressed, to say the least.
No. Okay. Bye. I'll defend right lane. Have fun.
Ow.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Enemy spotted. Be right back.
Yeah,
Defend the fire giant!
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
not worth trying to defend that, to be honest.
Under attack.
What do I even build? I feel like I need more protection against Merc.
Your right tower is under attack. What about good old faith? Your middle tower has been destroyed. team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Retreat! Enemy spotted!
My spicy
Enemies incoming left!
I don't know why we're fighting this.
Ally has been slain!
sizzling showdown.
Like, why are we up there fighting in the first place? We just gotta sit back. We kind of need to.
Trying to eat. Thunderbolts of lightning! Very, very scary! Yeah!
The enemy team has destroyed the Fire Giant. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I also don't know how Poseidon ended up being level 15. Oh, never mind. I know why. I didn't realize he died as much as the Apollo, dude.
Hey-yo! Enemies incoming right! Okay. Enemies in right lane!
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Okay. Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
You're hot stuff.
Hey, yo!
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
A single tree set aflame can cause an entire forest to burn. Like a match, thy shrine more than once.
Defeat.
Perfectly executed death one by one, pretty much, yeah. That was just... I mean, what is that? What is this? It's just the backline from hell. I guess I should not be... no more trading support. or whatever role I get to someone else, I guess. I just don't know how you manage to be level 16 when everyone else is like, whatever. It's not worth it. It don't matter. You know what? Like, fuck. I guess I can't do that. I have a I'm still looking at Steam, by the way, so this is where this thought process came from. But I guess I just got my Switch too, and as a result of that, I decided that I wanted to go back and play some of the games I had on my Switch. So I'm playing through Slay the Spire again, and that would be a nice queue game, but that's on my Switch, and I don't want to rebuy it because I assume it is here, and I mean it's not cheap per se, so I wouldn't want to spend that money on it. But it'll be a great queue game, man. Like €22 is still a bit up there, all things considered. Yeah, I got a Switch too. It's a bit of like a longer story, I suppose, but in short, my friend a while ago, he pre-ordered the Switch, but it was delayed, so he didn't get it on time. So he asked me, "Do you want to buy this, and you'll just get the one that's on the way, and then I'll go buy one myself because I want to play it so badly right now." So he wanted it right now, so he could just go down to a shop and buy one. So I said, "Sure, why not? I'll eventually want one anyway." I just wasn't. I didn't need one on release. Like I'm not gonna sit and play Mario Kart World. That's not really for me. But he came by a few days ago, and then he took the Switch with him. So I got my Switch too now. And yes, I do want to play the Donkey Kong game. I want to check it out, see what's happening there. And yeah, I suppose that's it. It's a lot bigger than the Switch One, though. I didn't realize that how big it actually is. Hello, Elenita. Thank you for the rate. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. My mind Switch, etc. as for party games, but I don't know much about it. There's a lot of party games, but there's also like huge games like, the recent Legend of Zelda games, which are primarily a single player like exploration game. Wish you guys streaming games, thank you, I appreciate it. Like I usually only play single player stuff on my Switch as well. And actually that's not entirely true. Sometimes when my family comes by, I'll play some Mario, but like either Mario Kart or like just some of the Mario Brothers games with my brothers. Like, what do I pick into that?
Select your god.
Okay, thank God they picked Sobek over whatever they were hovering before, Hercules. Do I try Scylla? Dude, I haven't played Scylla in actual years at this point, I feel like. I don't think I should should do that. I will do a Kukulkan game. That sounds great. I like this god. It will go well for sure. The noodle. Snack time. The wind snake. It's gonna be tough against Guan though. Guan is not a good matchup for me. And he will more than likely be running me down. I also went for a god without a CC immune, any CC immune in my kit, meaning bots will have a much easier time as well. I just gotta chill a bit. Also, honestly, Merlin isn't great for me to deal with either. You know what? The more I think about it, this was a terrible pick. I will do my very best to not feed this game.
Curse it all.
Don't be a party pooper.
Do I still stack? Maybe I stack second, so I go Doom up first, and then I go Book. So I actually have some fighting chance early on. Suppose I'll find out.
Yes.
That's too bad. Nice job.
Spectacular. I will also do Conduit in hopes that I don't get shit on early on here. That's the only reason why I went Conduit.
No. Please. Minions have spawned. Drink and be merry. Prepare yourself. I will not hold back.
Because if I get through early, I'll be there for mid and late. But I'm a little too afraid that I'll get shut down early on into this bot's Merlin combo. Not to mention Sobek, potentially. They just have a really good combi to me. Wow. Okay, Merlin is broken at level 1. Noted. Good thing I'm also broken at level 1.
Enemies incoming. Okay.
Scary. I didn't realize how strong Merlin was early. And it's not even because of the aspect, so... He has so much shit to throw out. It's kind of wild to me. I feel like Merlin is a mage I would enjoy if I learned how to play him. Ooh, small XP lead, I see. Who's Soul on their team? Okay, I don't know.
Enemies incoming left. Be careful. Yes.
I can't finish it. I suppose I'll go do that. How is he level 7? You got to kill, I see. It's like, what?
Completed. No problem. Enemy missing. It's a trap. I will be right back. Be careful.
Enemy missing
ultimate
middle.
incoming.
Let's do this. I don't think I should go Doomorp. While I really do enjoy Doomorp, I feel like there just isn't space for it right now. I think Deso is way more important to get. You want to definitely get Jade Scepter as soon as you can.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. On my way.
I think it's because of Jade Scepter coming in that there isn't space. Because on Kukulkan, I still think you gotta get Poly. That shit is still too good feeling. Not to get.
Enemies incoming.
Enemy has been slain. Completed. Be right back.
Serpent swiftness. Storm strikes. Spectacular. On my way. Cancel that. Save yourself.
Retreat completed. Completed.
Slow down.
While slightly annoying, I do kind of like the sound effect that it makes when there's a lot of minions taking damage like that. The ticking sound is somewhat satisfying to me. I have to admit it. That sucks. At least I got red, and I didn't pick it up, so I can still pick that shit up, but that's so annoying. Aww. It actually does kind of sound like putting marbles in the back. You're right. And that is a nice sound. That kind of brought me back to my childhood. I haven't done that in a while. My grandparents used to have marbles and shit that I liked playing with when I was a kid. Now I'm old. Now I reminisce on things like that.
That's too bad. Ultimate is your right tower is under attack. Down. The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. I will not let you fall.
There's my beats, I gotta be careful now.
Has arrived.
Damn, I was relying on the stun on the Bacchus burp.
Ward the Gold Fury. We need wards.
It's a setup for my ult, but unfortunate. Didn't really work out as I hoped. I was thinking we could just get a quick one shot on him. Here you go. Ooh, that's interesting build. Kind of like it. It's probably second on Merlin.
Enemies incoming.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Retreat right lane. Enemies behind us. The rain shall wash them away. Enemies behind us. Behind us.
Fucking red buff. Was it even red buff? Was it just... no, it's probably Crusher, actually. Damn it. Should have just NATO'd and dashed, I guess, instead of trying to zone the NATO.
Ward right. Refresh. I will ward. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
Serpent swiftness.
Enemies in left lane. Full fury. Enemies have returned to base. Destroy the gold fury.
Serpent swiftness.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. Attack monkey. Curse. Enemies in the right.
Down.
Take right lane.
Storm strikes.
On my way. This way.
Storm strikes.
We need ward. Be careful. Ward enemies incoming.
Enemies incoming right.
Retreat.
Down. Enemy missing middle. Help right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Double kill.
Well fought.
Nice job. Awesome.
Well fought.
Down. Serpent swiftness. Storm strikes.
I gotta back and finish my Jade Scepter.
Move up, gang. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
Tragic. Man, are you kidding me, dude? I was trying to stay split and he still gets hit by that. I'm so mad.
Enemy has been slain.
Wash them away.
It's the worst feeling, because I'm playing it correctly, but my teammate bounced some shit to me. I couldn't even get further away, I was trying to stay near the wall.
On my way.
I was so aware of what could happen, and it happened. I did fuck up for most of the fight though, so I will say that. And then I still died. I fucked up the whole situation. I just missed everything in the fight. Fuck man, I got punished for that. The one time it wasn't my fault in that fight. I got cooked.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Yes.
Missing. No problem.
Oops. Probably should stop ulting the gold at this point. But you know what's gonna happen if you don't, you know? People are gonna be like, oh wow, gold can still have ult up, that's crazy. Can't believe he let that happen. If they steal it, you know? I don't want to go through that. I've been there before. Like, the only thing that could steal it without us really noticing it, I suppose, it would be the Ulu 3.
Enemies incoming.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
My way. You rock.
Attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack Fire
Some
Giant.
other time.
They're all pretty poked. Fire is good here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Destroy the fire tower. Completed. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Destroyed the pyramid.
Curses. Ultimate is
Your
down.
team has destroyed a left. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Move like a
Clear still hurts. But I didn't want to beat it. So that's what I had to do. Jet separate back into the NATO though.
Your left tower is under attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy spotted.
I'll attack. Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Serpent swiftness.
Enraged to wash them away. Right enemy Phoenix. Attack the Titan. Terrific. Goodbye. Good game.
I mean, I feel like did I do anything this game? I was just mid was just non-existent this game. It felt like was me and Sap even in this game? I mean, I guess it ended up just being a huge solo diff, from what I can see. Fun playing a Kulkan, but it's really tough into bots. Like just not having any CC immune into bots feels like it's like what are you supposed to do? Because once your beats are down, which can be popped by literally anything. Like you just cooked. I'm just living in fear now. I'm still looking at games, potential Q games here. Was so scared of Herax apparently did any damage. Yeah. He was on me a lot of the time. I was really just always looking out. And one time I died because someone else got hit by the bounce. And I got fucking cooked because it bounced to me as a result of it. I'm so mad about that. Because I should not have died. I was out. But what can you do? I was honestly just lucky that Sobek wasn't on my ass for the majority of that. Not Sobek. Yeah, I guess never mind. Sobek was solo, so it didn't matter actually. Guan Yu was around. But I'm not as afraid of Guan Yu in like a general sense. He doesn't have an ability, a main ability that I'm afraid of. If he ults me, I'm kind of cooked. But yeah. Yeah, they dove you a few times though, Sarky. They really wanted you a few times. And every time I thought Merlin was gonna rotate for that, he was waiting for me in the bush. So I had a hard time rotating because Sav was looking to assassinate me. I managed to fight him off for the majority of it, but it was still scary. Yeah, Honor is just really good in general right now, I think. Exactly because of that. He's one of the best like self-peelers in terms of ADCs. He's like up there with Apollo, so like Jing Wei is good at escaping, but she doesn't have that much self-peel. Honor is insanely good self-peel. And then there's obviously the good old Apollo, but Apollo is just a mess, so like if you can get past the mess, you should be okay. Also, pick something, Sarky. Okay, good. Fucking stressing me out here. Sitting there typing in my chat while you're picking. I'm gonna get gray hair early. So, is this just the Fenrir solo again? Am I against the Fenrir solo? Are they just insanely stacked, or what's happening on the enemy team there? Do I just go Cabrakan? Sure. I'll do a Cabrakan game. Like a low-key Fenrir is so... It's gonna be pretty boring in terms of ganks. I need something that can CC. Yeah, it could be Nika on the Fenrir. I don't know if Sab is still playing, but... Suppose we will find out. We do have Echrome on the Uller, though. And another Merlin. Oh, it's deciding between Bologna or something else. I see. Yeah, I think Bologna will be pretty rough into their team comp right now. It's okay into Loki, I suppose, but yeah, you're gonna get cooked into Fenrir. Have you had your daily Mojo game? No. I mean, daily is maybe a bit much, but I have not played Mojo so far. The one thing I wanted to try today, I'm currently forgetting what it even is. There was something I wanted to try today, and I haven't done it. I should have. This is why I write things down. Oh, there's no Nika, but a Sav. Okay. Nika missed the queue. Loki mid. No, but you're actually kind of correct. The thing that I wanted to play was, in fact, Loki. You're absolutely right. I wanted to play Loki full tank in solo, like I did with Aladdin a few times. I don't think it's going to be that good, but I just think it'll be really fun. You have good initiate. You can run around and just be annoying because you're a full tank Loki. And your damage isn't that bad. It still has pretty decent base damage. Fenrir, though. Do I have to go beats here? Do I really need to go beats? I think I do. So, fuck it. I accept my fate. And beats it is. And I do this. Probably Mystical Mail into regrowth? Maybe? I mean, how can I even fight back? Because he's going to start with Sanguine. So I probably just don't fight back at all. Yeah, I think I go Mystical Mail into Sanguine because I can't delay it that much. And then I go regrowth. That just kind of sucks because I hate that I have to do that.
Minions have spawned.
Do you actually remember when Loki mid was meta? I do, and I don't even think it's necessarily... Well, now it would be, but in the previous patch, I'm surprised we didn't see it more. People were still running like Chuck Solo and stuff. Loki mid could definitely have worked. I think the main issue with Loki mid, though, is his wave clear early. His wave clear early is terrible. I actually missed the creep. I'm so mad. I thought I could make it in time.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
No problem. Be careful. Retreat.
Enemies in right. Be careful, right. Be careful, right. Careful, right.
First blood. I need the jungle mount.
Fucking take your time, Mercury! Jesus! The fuck is that?
Bro, turn down the mic a bit. God damn. Jesus Christ, that's beyond loud. If he doesn't turn it down, I will end up having to mute him. That's way too loud. Holy moly.
In range to wash them away.
Ah, fuck, man. Of course Loki shows up. What the fuck? I guess it's a pretty classic Herox move. I haven't played against Herox in solo, actually, specifically for a while. Fuck, man. That's so cooked for me. Now I'm losing blue.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Excellent. Take this jungle buff.
I'm so often getting fucked, man. Always losing my fucking blue buff.
I'm returning to building stacks.
I guess the only somewhat positive thing is Fenrir wasn't the one that got the kill.
I'll attack middle lane. Good luck. Enemy ultimate down.
Be right back. I'll gank left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Too bad. Oh, easy wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy has been slain.
Didn't expect the amount of damage. Dude, is Mercury just broken? Like, I don't understand how much damage Mercury is doing this early on. It's like, okay, I suppose I'm gonna go do the usual, just make, like, play normally, don't bait so that they think the gank is coming. They just fucking all into tower and one-shots. What the fuck, man? I'm pretty sure Sarkyuk has convinced me that Mercury is broken. While he plays it really well too, just the fact that he's capable of doing that, in my head, makes him kind of broken.
Your left tower is under attack. Be careful, middle. That's too bad. Be careful.
Whatever, I guess. I gotta stop going for my blue. Should know that they're gonna be there. Well, I guess I knew in that case. I should have just left blue. My big beast wasn't up in time.
Like a jaguar. Ultimate down.
Oh man, this is awesome!
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
Enemies in left lane.
Bad ward, but whatever. At least I can still see on the opposite side of the bush. What the fuck, man? What's Kipri here?
Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack.
He's winning very hard over here, though. I want to fight. That's the sad part. I can't fight back. It just fucking sucks. But there's always so many people here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good luck.
Retreat right lane.
But oh well. I gotta just chill until I finish some more items. Surely I'll be safe once I finish up my regrowth.
Enemy missing left.
No problem. Cancel that. Out of man. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fabuloso! When it rains, it pours!
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
There's no way out! Follow me! Enemy spotted!
Completed.
Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted!
Fucking hell, he actually went for blue. I'm so mad, dude. All buffs gone.
Oh man, this is awesome!
Just hair rocks looking so heavily for buffs on our side. It's making it real fucking difficult for me to get any farm. Whatever. It's back.
Be careful there. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Ally has been slain!
We need wards! Ward middle! Thanks!
I had 2 wards, they just disappeared, you dumb cunt.
Turn down your mic, man. Seriously. It's so loud. I don't want to have to turn him
Game
down.
Hunter, that's to the point. I'm just speaking into my controller.
Yes, but I'm also streaming and it's loud in my ears. And I don't want to have to mute you.
Okay, alright. Just make threads.
Enemies at the Gold Fury!
missing left. Tank on my way.
Enemy has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
That sucks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I guess we got dagger at least, right? Positives.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Loki all down.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way. Attack fire giant! Cancel that. Here I come.
Your left tower is under attack.
Careful right. Enemies missing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Let's get this tower.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Defend the Gold Fury. Group up. Group up. Tank. Here I come. Be careful left. Enemy missing. Left way. Left way.
Attack the Gold Fury! Attack the Gold Fury!
Kind of a weird position that we're in right now.
On my way! Be careful, middle! Wash them away! Enemy ultimate down!
Oh, that sucks. I was once again just kind of there to try and help mid. Then I got caught. Do they have a lot of healing? No.
Has arrived. Your team has destroyed the Pyramid. Nice. I'll defend. Be careful, Len. Be careful, Len.
Probably should go for a spirit rope. Tried playing Conquest this morning. My jungle was an aspect raw. Nice. Average Conquest experience. That's a bad word. Missed the bush.
Retreat. On my way. Enemy spotted. On my way. Be careful. Group up. Hey.
I tried to peel so hard for Poseidon there. More than anything else. And Fenris still just... It doesn't matter. He just heals a wild amount of shit. I'm not really sure what I can actually try and do to help. I think maybe I just run down a backline instead of trying to go for Fenrir.
The pyro.
Because it's honestly just a waste of my time to even try.
Completed.
Enemy missing.
Be careful.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful. Retreat.
It just doesn't matter.
That was a close one.
Like, he just heals too much. It's so unfair, man, with how much that is. But I do think that's kind of true, though. Like, the lack of follow-up on the Kraken when we got that big of a Mercury ult is pretty rough. We definitely should have gotten more out of that. It's not just the Fenrir problem either. Like, it's Pele as well. That's why you see her being banned permanently. It's just people aren't doing it on Fenrir as much. But, like, he's still broken as fuck.
Bacchus, can you please do us a favor? Can you stay with the backline and just leave Kabrakan to engage? Because every fucking time, the Fenrir and the
I'm
Loki
sorry,
are just
guys.
jumping us, and you're both up front.
That wasn't even the one I needed.
All you're pushing back is one
Oh
Yi
my
while
God.
we get fucking jumped by the Fenrir and the Loki.
Let's try that. Oh my god. My ears. Help them. They're under assault.
Defend middle lane. I'll get right. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh man, this is awesome!
Out of water. Yes. Retreat.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Still think it's cooked. I don't really think we get much anything here. Oh, maybe. No. It's too cooked. Yeah, I mean, it did feel like that. We had a hard time really doing. No, I mean, There's nothing else to say, but it just being Fenrir surviving that things he shouldn't survive. That's literally it. He just heals way too much. We couldn't deal with that. Some fights should have been straight up free. The one where I peeled for Poseidon on our own red buff, I could not have played that any better in terms of peeling, but it doesn't matter because Fenrir just out heals it. It's wild. Alright, back to Steam. Maybe I do Ghost Runner, actually. Ghost Runner could be pretty interesting to play on stream, I suppose. It is pretty fast-paced. I don't know, it's first person, though. It's gonna make me dizzy. I kind of really do want to play Ghost Runner 2, though. Ghost Runner 2 seems pretty cool. Don't get why people not picking Sobek except Kipri gets picked. I mean, I think people just don't always counterpick and like pick what's best in the scenario, you know? Like, same reason why I suppose you would pick like On Her or Apollo, while I would pick, you know, who fucking knows, some weird shit as well. I don't like I can already tell you the main reason why we didn't win was because Fenrir was healing too much. He would always end up killing Poseidon, and he would be like 2 HP, but I can't finish him off because he heals like 5% every hit, like every hit. That was one fight where he literally won them the fight because he wasn't finished off in the very beginning when he should have been. But I couldn't finish him off. I just didn't have enough damage. He won that by himself. Like, not even joking. That was a full-on solo carry from Saf. Simply because of that. I potentially made the mistake of trying to peel him instead of just going on a backliner. Because I can do the same shit on Cabrakan. I just don't heal as much. But I can also just go on and kill a backline without really taking much damage. But I felt the need because I was by far the best god on our team to peel off Fenrir. And it almost worked. Almost. But, yeah. Not good enough. It was tragic how close he was to dying that one fight. And that fight would have... I don't think we would have ended, but it would have been like we get fire off of that. And we would have been in a great spot. We would have been in control of the game, but whatever. Don't matter. Sometimes the best we can do is give up in advance? No! Don't give up. This looks unfortunate. We got a DC. Oh, give up on peeling. I see. Yeah, no, you're right. That's also what I tried to do in the next fight. Actually, was it? I think I ended up peeling in the next fight anyway. Because he just jumped on like our back anyway. Whatever. Sometimes the best you can do is nothing. I want to do that for sure. Yeah. It's okay though. Don't worry about it. Ooh, what is this? Fast-paced racing. I could maybe do that. What's this?
select your god.
What to pick? What to pick? Did we get babied? I think we might have gotten babied. If we're getting babied, the Loki is coming on the table then. Wait, phrasing. Loki is on the table. There we go. Fixed. We must win 2 games. Yeah, I'll do my very best. Don't you worry. But at this point, I feel like we gotta leave it into Fate's hands, because with the duo we had before in our backline when I was playing support, there isn't much you can do about that. You can play at your very best, but it's still gonna be rough. I think we have a good comp though, or at least like with you and me with this comp, we should be able to dive pretty well. And I probably have to go Devos as well. What's their comp? It's ADCs. That's the comp. There you go. No, actually, I think it makes sense. Neath mid, HOU ADC, Apollo solo with the aspect, and then Bacchus obviously support and Kali jungle. You know, it is weird, but yeah, it's not that weird to be honest. It's pretty traditional. I think our comp is better though. The escape comp. Yeah, their comp is pretty annoying to like all dive in. To be honest with you. Wait, Echrome? Wait, surely it's Kali. I mean, he's probably jungle, but I would have expect him to be ADC. Into their comp, probably beats, but I kind of want Sunder. Yeah, I'll do Sunder. Like, I'm gonna be a tank anyway, so.
Very well.
We gotta get some of Loki's better skins in this game, man. I don't like this skin very much. It has a good voice pack, but I think the skin itself isn't really particularly good. Hello, Vunker. Bonjour. Mes amis. Yeah, Apollo jungle then. That should be okay. I'm not really afraid of being ganked by an Apollo jungle, to be honest with you. And I'm against HOU. Can you meet anything worse playing Loki? The one god in this entire game that can see you in stealth. Are you shitting me? The one time I play Loki? Why is God shitting in my face? Why fuck me?
Minions have spawned.
Shazbot.
What is that? So how many times have I made HOU solo in my time playing Smite 2? Once. This game. How many times have I played Loki solo? A few times, I suppose, but... I mean... God damn it, man. Probably should have gone with my 2, honestly. Just for wave clear, but... that's fine. At least this is good in that I don't think I'm gonna lose the lane. Lane should be pretty free in terms of wave clear. I really should have started with my 2. Sunder came in handy. What? Why is Neith here? What is that? Dude, that's the mid laner! She's level 3! What's happening this game? Just back and finish this while I can. Soon as possible, so I can get to stacking. Yeah, no, we definitely got babied. I guess there's enough people that is above. I don't know, the 4.5 or whatever. At this point, which there should be, to be honest.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wait. I was about to say.
The enemy makes Pilot has to front.
And he double bounced on his fucking rock shit. And his fucking ult.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ain't no way, man. Sucks. I don't think he dies.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like, HOU's ult is really good now. Like, it's insanely good. Because of that now. I don't know if he meant it. I guess I placed myself bad, and I probably shouldn't have gone that way if I had my ult up. Or if I didn't have my ult up. I gotta wait fighting him until I finish Mystical Mail, probably. Right now, he's too hard to catch, and it's too much risk for me to go, like, close and poke. When his mark can just see me in stealth, I don't really have my 1 as an escape, because obviously he just sees me anyway. So...
Enemy spotted.
do I live my 2? Nah. Don't think that's worth it. But now I'm just gonna farm. I can't risk falling further behind. Like, right there is the trade I gotta go with.
Be careful left. On my way.
Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack.
What?
Enemies at the gold fury.
600?
Enemies
Okay.
at the gold fury.
I can't win this game.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I'll be tanky soon, guys, I swear. I won't get one shot then. I also don't know what's happening in duo, but they're really unhappy with each other.
Vista, amigo. Enemy ultimate down.
Over here, buzzard.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
I might have to level my 2.
Your right tower is under attack.
Was it first blood that I got? It must have been, because I'm not that far behind in gold. All things considered. Yes, okay. That's good that I got that. Definitely need it.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll attack the front.
Thanks.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Retreat! Retreat! Zip it! Zip it! Zip it! Burn! Be careful left. Be careful left. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Retreat. Retreat.
Your right tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
He was dead, man. Just give me the kill so I can catch back up. You don't have to take that.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Man. Surely would give me that one.
Your right tower is under attack. Okay.
Retreat! Retreat!
Uh. He's not missing any autos, man. What the fuck? What's happening here? I mean, I would have died anyway. What the fuck is that? I wish my ult was up, though. I think I get the kill if my ult is up in time. But whatever. I think I can confirm at least, though. Loki isn't great, but I can't believe I made HOU when I picked Loki. It couldn't have been any worse. My 1 is completely useless against him. Like, I have to just use it for damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna fucking level my 2 instead. That's huge though, because at this point I'm just being underestimated.
Enemies incoming. The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury. Your right tower is under attack. Allies on my way.
Nice job. Oh my god, you rock. Defend the gold fury. Thanks.
Your right tower is under attack.
So far this isn't great, but also every target I'm attacking is higher level than me. That really doesn't help. I'm guessing I lost my blue buff, since he came from below. Nope. Then I don't know what the fuck he was doing down here. What I should be building right now though is Sanguine. Don't know why I didn't just go Sanguine.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I definitely gotta get some cooldown in here. Somewhere. Probably on Predwin, but that's not gonna be for a while. I had to take the chance. There was nothing else. Nothing else I could have done. I'm not going back out. Oof.
Enemy missing. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
On my way. I'll gain right late.
Someone's calling me. I can't pick it up right now. Shit. I gotta see who it is just in case in a second.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nope. Seems to just be Zellers.
Enemy missing.
Gank. Attack. Enemy spotted. Violet enemy missing middle.
Well,
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy ultimate down.
Protect me, take flight.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! You got thunderstruck!
still don't really feel very tanky, all things considered.
Defend.
Defend the gold fuel.
Oh, that shit's gonna be down.
Fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Fire giant. Attack the fire giant.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Enemy missing.
I really do miss Loki's old decoy. It was annoying as fuck, but I thought it was way more fun.
And the rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Fucking hell, dudes. Why can't I fight back against an ADC? Does he have crit? No. He just goes for yellow damage. I don't even know what to build, to be honest. Like a single protection item specifically into physical? I guess actually I do.
Enemy missing.
Never mind. Oh yeah, I gotta get Contagion as well. Fucking hell. I gotta grab Contagion. I keep forgetting about this shit.
Enemy has been slain.
Stay spicy. Group
them away. Oh, you move like a giant.
On my way.
Just hope Eco doesn't penta everyone. I think it should be okay. Like, Kali ADC at least doesn't have all the insane bullshit that melee Kali does. I need levels, man. I don't want to end up in the same situation as last game where I'm just permanently level 18. Dragon does a lot of fucking damage, what the fuck? Was it someone else that hit him? What I can tell you though, boys, as expected, tank Loki isn't great. What a surprise, I know. But at least I tested it now for us, so now we know. I'm so fucking drunk.
Retreat completed. Anytime. Retreat.
Like, it was a good Cabrakan ult, but like we should just get out. This is not good anymore. It's still just HOU, dude. The HOU mark, like... What the fuck? It's definitely the worst thing I could possibly have met. And this. Because he also just makes me not a tank. He just fucking destroys me. I have a lot of health though. 3.7k and I'm still dying in seconds. Alright, Pridwin is next. I need that fucking cooldown so badly. enough items available at my disposal that I can actually kill him now. Finally.
Attack fire giant!
Tower is under attack. Destroyed the fire tower. Retreat!
Okay. I got doored! I... Dude, this is not my game, man.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is
I can't believe I got doored.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
This isn't really great. He doesn't get this.
Tower is
He's dead.
Okay.
Dude, there's no way!
Your left Phoenix is under attack. Thanks.
What is happening, man?
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, what is he actually building? I mean, his build is normal. That's not really...
Silly showdown!
I guess he should have known better that he wasn't gonna be able to kill Fire or a Phoenix.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I just keep dying because can't... I don't know, I just die for stupid reason this game, to be honest. I either miss my ult or I... Yeah, I don't even know. It's just HOU too. I cannot fight HOU.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack middle lane!
I need an escort.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Enemy spot. Be careful left.
Enemy missing!
Left flank.
Fire giant!
Enemy ultimate coming!
Be careful!
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, dude. The amount of fucking CC these ranged characters have is too much for me. What is that? What the fuck is that? 700 from Soul Reaver alone? Surely that's a visual glitch. There's no way that's true. But maybe it is. You never know. Unfortunate that we lost a few people there, but it is what it is.
Enemy spotted.
Okay. It's a trap!
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Fucking, oh, I'm pressing the wrong button, dude. My fucking shield is on G, not Q. Fuck me, dude.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
God damn it. Oh. Wow, that almost got him. Good damage, man.
They hit like a babe. Nice move. The rain shall wash them away.
I'm definitely the one doing the least in this game. I just exist, and sometimes I occasionally stun. That's about it. That's what I've done so far. Why is it Lashel was great? Just a visual glitch. The ability is confused. It always thinks it's down. Dude, Kali autos. Oh, I also got Neath ulted for 700. Fuck me, dude. Like, this Soul Reaver is fucking me up.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Defend!
I think that's gonna have to do it, man. I don't think I can handle another game.
Victory.
Actually, a win. I've been winning it all. Okay, I think it's like 50-50 today. You know what? My damage wasn't that bad. It could have been a lot worse. Let's see. I actually don't know. Yeah, it's been okay. Started on the Chuck game. So I lost 3 and I won 5. I mean, that's good. It's progress. I can't say the last one was on me though. Oh, alright. I mean, I'm slowly rising. I'm slowly making my way up. Oh shit, we queued again. Well, I was gonna end, but guys, I'm doing another one. Let's go. My bad, Sarky. I should have said something. At least I'm not on a time limit. I was just gonna end, but it's alright. No worries. Just like I planned. Another game. Don't make me ADC though. I'll actually try hard in this one, Sarky. How about that? Well, assuming I get solo, but I don't think I'm gonna get solo. Like, if I have to try hard in ADC, what do I play? Why did we stop playing Cupid? Isn't Cupid still decent? I will definitely pick something that is good with crit, though, probably. I'm not feeling the ability-based hunter here. Unfortunately, I was kind of feeling acne.
Select your god.
I mean, okay, on that note, okay, if we need a mage, I'll go Sol then. Because then we have an ADC in Sarky and we have Alex on that Wukong then. I'll play Sol. This fits. And Mage Sol is something I actually kind of feel like playing. And it is still really good. Fuck, man. I think I got a pimple on my nose and it fucking hurts. You guys ever get that shit? It feels like there's a pimple on your nose and it's like it's trying to grow, but it's not growing correctly and it just fucking hurts like a motherfucker. You know that? You know what? Actually, that's a good point. I think I will try ADC Sol. Maybe ADC Sol is when it's near the nostrils. For me, it doesn't even matter if it's near the nostrils. It's just on the nose itself. It doesn't matter where it is. It just always grows like bigger.
Your soul is mine.
It just doesn't feel like it grows right. It's even worse if it's inside the nose. For me, right now, it's like on top of my nose. Like, it would be very obvious. Like, I would have like a... I'd be like Rudolph right now. Ah, shit. Do I try it? No, I want to play Mage Sol right now. But eventually, I do want to try like a Vital Amp Sol build. That could be really fun. But for now, I'll do Mage. And part of it is because of what we're against. I don't think I'll have a whole lot of chances to auto-attack into their team comp, to be honest with you, compared to just throwing out abilities. Like, Cutterless is the only one, but he might be jungle from what I can see. Fuck. I actually think this is an Aegis game. Ganesh is the worst part, but this feels like an Aegis game in terms of Danza, Agni, and Merlin. Actually, no, it's gonna be Agni ADC, isn't it? It's gonna be scary if Ganesh plays it well, though. With both of us not having Aegis here. But I don't think Aegis is the correct choice overall in this match.
Leave the worrying to me.
If it's really bad, I guess you'll just have to go for Magi's.
Enemy spotted.
It's better than dying, but your damage will always be a bit lower. Easiest gold in my life. Wait, I didn't get it? Huh? Did it just disappear then?
But you look like you
Fuck?
your drinks.
Oh boy. Clear without an actual ADC though. Rough. Oh my god. Make it stop with the frames. Huge. Is this current CERN solo?
Has been slain.
Guess so.
Radioactive.
How did Bologna dodge that though? Surprising. That's a really good matchup for Bologna. All he has is auto attacks.
Down.
Enemy missing.
Be right back.
Later.
Move like a jaguar.
The bomb.
Enemies incoming left.
I'm getting rid of that. Yeah, no worries, Cleano. You're the most beautiful one I know. can't help but blush when I see your name.
Enemy has been
Soul Early goes hard. Yeah, Soul Early is pretty nice. You have a lot of tools to work with. We don't have any CC, I suppose. I guess Bacchus wasn't interested in jumping on. Like, he should have been free, honestly. Get one stun, I ult him. But oh well. Relax with the res. Don't worry, it's only online, it doesn't exist in real life. Look at him go. That's my Bacchus. Damn. I would have really liked that speed buff. Well, we both played that like shit.
Wash them away.
Do we just go Poly next? What should I actually go next? I feel really mana hungry too. That would give me some mana regen.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's get a ward.
An enemy has been slain.
Cancel that. Thanks.
Soul 2 prog. Dude, if it did, that would be crazy. Soul Mage would be broken. I'm convinced Soul Mage would be completely broken if it procced Poly.
Enemy missing.
I didn't think his 2 was up yet. Whoops.
Okay.
Okay, out of mana. Your left tower is under attack. Take this jungle buff.
Enemy missing.
He ages, right?
Enemy
Agnes.
missing.
They hit like a baby.
Suppose my 3 isn't scary enough yet, so that you can't just dash in and not lose too much damage or health from it.
Gank middle lane. Ally, nice save.
Stop with the typing. Every game. Chill. It's fine. Yeah, my 3 definitely isn't scary enough yet. But once he does that and my 3 does more damage, it should be good for me. I don't really play this enough to know when that's good that he dashes on me, but right now it's definitely rough to deal with. Maybe Polly is going to be good enough, so I can actually fight back a bit with my autos. Maybe a Bloodbound would be nice as well, for a little bit of lifesteal and some defensibility. Also, who's their jungler again? It's Danzai, okay. He's level 8. Polo jungle is a thing, it looks pretty fun. It is, yeah, some people play it. It's good in terms of showing up with the ult. Kind of trying to be everywhere where you can be, but in terms of his gank ability without the ultimate, it's not really great. It's okay at best. The mess tends to be more of a setup and not so much an initiate. So if you play it right though, it still works. Just stay back for now.
Enemy has been slain.
Good hunting tonight.
Yield.
That can't be good. Catch up. Attack back lane.
Isotope degrading
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
The one advantage that I do have is that I have a heal and he doesn't.
Enemy missing right. Enemy missing right. Be careful middle.
Rain shall wash them away.
Be careful middle.
so many megatons.
Yeah, let's do Bloodbound.
Enemy missing left.
I also low-key forgot that I had Polly. I gotta make use of it a bit more. Damn. My fucking ult missed.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack middle left.
Oh, like a jaguar. I am the greatest. Your middle tower is under attack. In range to wash them away.
Attack the gold fury.
Yes.
Ready for meltdown. Zap. Power left.
I don't think we need to do the leeching thing. We just gotta kill that shit fast. And gold doesn't hurt this early anymore, to be honest. So it's not really a problem. What now? Do I just go straight into a rod? I think I'll do a rod, and I'm still debating on whether I even want to go Jade Scepter. I think it would be nice, but I'm not really too afraid. Like, it's an ADC. Like, I don't really care too much, to be honest. I think once Danson's in front of me, getting him away won't make a huge difference, but I don't know. Jade Scepter is still just really good, but I guess there's just other items I would prefer to have right now. And I don't know if Sol's really a god that fits that well with it.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! Oh! Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Well, I think I get him anyway. What? He didn't die? What? Did I miss my 2? Oh man, I fucked up then. I didn't think he was. Didn't think he was gonna survive that. Dude, how long can you... He actually just tanked... I want you guys to think about this. He literally reached a point where he dashed into my tower, into the middle of my tower as well. Not just the tower. Into the middle of it as an Agni and didn't die. How weak is the tower in Smite? Tier 1 towers are really weak then. That's wild. Oh well. I blame my lack of playing Sol for, I don't know, 2 months. I haven't played Sol in so long. No, I wanted that speed buff. But I don't deserve it. I'm aware of it.
That's too bad.
Not after what I just did.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the Pyromant. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I think I gotta go up shard.
Your right under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I thought we could fight that. That's why I went in, but whatever.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Wait, did we sunder that? No, they... Wait. Who sundered? Oh, I see. It was Bacchus that sundered. Oh well. He tried. At least we're still getting the kills. I'm just sad that I died for that.
Middle enemy tower.
But yeah, I do think it's good that you can dive towers. I'm just surprised that Agni didn't die from that. It feels like they do way too little damage if a full mage or an ADC can just dash under tower without dying for that when they're... Like, what was he? 60%? That's insane.
Wash them away.
Damn. I don't want this game to end. I want to play more Sol. No. But it's probably for the best that we end before we throw. Yo, can we end the game? It's like 1 HP. Okay. I was sure the game was gonna end there.
Attack the Titan. Ultimate is ready. Hey.
Ultimate is ready.
Hey.
Just get the minions first, boys, then we end. I don't have my ult yet.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, what the fuck are we doing here? I got some kills though. I'll take it.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. The rain shall wash them away.
Retreat. Retreat. Okay.
Let's just grab Soul Reaver. Apparently that shit's OP as fuck.
Follow me.
Leave the worrying to me.
Follow me. Follow me.
On my way. Uranium.
Gank!
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! Your left tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy base.
There we go. I'll do it myself. Let's end this game. Soul is pretty fun. I do think the playstyle of her mage is very different from any other mage because of how you want to like explode the 3. So you kind of just go all in, hoping for the best, that you don't somehow immune the explosion so that then you die. But yeah. Alright, that will be it for me though. No more, I'm leaving before I accuse again. It's alright though. It was a fun last game, I'm glad we did it. It was a lot more fun than ending on whatever it was before, the Loki game. Hey, I mastered Loki though. Look at that. Oh, I guess I would prefer this actually. Perfect. Alright, thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys stopping by as usual. I didn't expect this was gonna be as long as it was as usual. I was gonna make it short, but here we go, 6 hours. There we go. Bye guys, have a good one.